Hello?
Hi, this is Christy from Adelaide Assist over here.
What in the world kind of nonsense baloney are you spewing into my telephone? Hello? Alright, good. With that out of the way, let's do something a little more constructive. Look at this. 79. Incredible. I am dressed for summer today. So we're gonna go to the store this morning. I gotta go to Aldi's, pick up some food, and we might go to the Savers as well. But I'm gonna have to cut out the other thrift stores, and we'll get into that later. But it's just amazing out today. It was supposed to be raining and like 70 degrees, but we're looking at kind of like partly sunny and almost 80. So quite a nice surprise. I think what I might do when I get back is wash the deck railing and start setting up the deck, because although there's going to be plenty of cold days between now and summer, there's going to be some days like this, and it would be nice to be able to use the outdoors. So I got this recently to use in the car to potentially plug in this camera. The adapter I have for the GPS does not work with the camera because it is only, I think, 1.5 amps. This one is supposed to be a 27 watts, I believe, which should be enough. Yeah, this is 3 amps, and that should charge this, that should power this camera. So we'll give that a try, so that'll make it a little bit easier to film in the car. It's freezing here in the garage. I guess today we'll open up the exhaust fan and let the garage warm up, dispose of all this cold air that's in here. Alright, so here's our little adapter thing. Put that in there. And then, so this is what I would normally use for the other camera. This is for the GPS, but that does not have enough amperage for this camera. So let's see. There's really no way to tell until it's been on for a while, because the only way to tell is that it just didn't go down, which is kind of stupid. But I guess I'll check it again when I get to the store and see if it went down at all. This cable's a bit longer than it needs to be. Okay, I think it's plugged in now, so let's see what that does. I had to go grab a couple bags of cans to return, and then we'll go. Hopefully we got a couple of hours left from these cans. And I think we have all the root beer things as well. These are kind of noisy. And now we'll get out the GPS. I'm going to be kind of careful to follow this GPS to make sure we go the best route possible. I think this is going on all over the country, but around here the gas prices have gone up from about $2.75 to $4.20, $4.30. a gallon for regular. I think diesel's almost at $6 now. So I'm kind of cutting out any unnecessary trips, such as going to the thrift stores. But I guess depending on how much money I spend at all these, maybe we'll go anyways. Let's see, how much money do I have right now? I have $46. So, oh man, not gonna be able to buy much. Whoops, why is that all goofed up? I kind of want to open the top, but there's a chance of rain, and it doesn't go back on as nicely as it used to, so I don't think I want to be playing with that in the middle of a parking lot. Okay. Probably should have probably should have gone to the bank today too, but that's fine. I didn't plan to do that. I don't feel like doing that. I don't get paid for a couple more weeks anyways. You know, money to take out. There we go, $5.78 for diesel. Holy mackerel. I think that is, well, it's hard to say because it was up there in 2007, 2008 era as well. But if you inflate that prices to today's buying power, I think that's probably still worse. Because, you know, $3.88 or whatever that was 15 years ago was worth more than it is today. But it doesn't change the fact that it's still a 30-something% increase, which is hard to swallow. I don't do a lot of driving anymore, so I might buy gas once a month, if that. But you go to take a trip somewhere, it normally costs $75 there and back. Now it costs 120 something. That's a lot.
After 1/4 mile, turn right. Highway 15 northbound towards New Haven.
No, don't tell me what to do. So rude.
Turn right.
Fine.
After 1 mile, take the exit right, 54, towards Milford.
Oh, Milford. Milford has bulk pickup week coming up. I think that's in just a few weeks. I gotta check that and put it in the calendar. We're gonna do a lot of bulk picking up this year. Get some good scrap out of it. Get some stuff we can bring to the thrift store. Maybe we'll get a good stuff, a couple of things to keep. That's some nice patio stuff last year.
After 1/2 mile, take the exit right, 54, towards Milford.
Okay.
After 250 feet, turn right. US 1, Boston Post Road.
Okay. Now this is the way that we normally go. I don't like the way that the other GPS comes up with. This is more simple to
right.
me.
After 1/4 mile, you have reached your destination.
It's only, oh, that's cash. I said a little bit cheaper than where it was in the other area at 389. No, it's pretty bad over here too. Oh, for heaven's sakes. That sounds like seagulls. Why the heck is there seagulls in this area?
After 250 feet, you have reached your destination.
Okay.
You have reached your destination.
Okay. Let's see, did this go down at all? No, it did not. So this is working properly. That's good. Okay, just got it done at the store. Got out of there for $21, and I got about $7 back in the cans. Inherently, they don't take back these glass ones, so I've been keeping those around for no reason. All right, let's get out of here. We'll go to the Savers right quick because there shouldn't be too much traffic yet, and then we'll go back to the residence. And look at this trashy parking. The car is not even straight. Like, what the heck, people? There's multiple banana peels all over the parking lot here today. What, is there stinking monkeys around here? I really need to be going left. I think I'm going to pull this off and go left because there's nobody here. Good. I bought some cheese.
Follow Austin Post Road for 5.9 miles.
Well, I had to pull out first. Duh. You can't follow something you can't get onto. I got some cheese. I got some fish. They didn't have any of the big pieces of fish, which is kind of unfortunate because that's what I usually go here for. This one I probably can get 2 or maybe 3 meals out of it. The other one I get 4 or 5 meals out of. It's fine, it's just I gotta go back sooner. Some of the things at this store are cheaper, but others are not. The chicken is no different than the local store. Actually, I think the rice was a little more expensive than at the local store, so I'll have to compare that price. A bag of rice was almost $7. That seems a little much to me. But then some items like the milk and the fish are half the price. So you have to kind of compare between the two stores and be selective. The Savers is only 11 minutes down the road according to this map. 5.3 miles. The Super 8. Kind of sounds like a snake over here. Oh no, I hear some copy wrong music. There's a dog there. What the heck? What on earth is going on here? That's the okay will with the bad customer service. Since we're not going today, there's probably a stinking new old stock Rotorex unit or something there. $5.99 over here. For the diesel, $5.99. It's going up over here. And then across the street here, it's $5.69. It's getting hot. Stationary here, 77 on the thermometer. And that one is 409 for the regular. That I believe is the worst we've seen yet today. Okay. Well, that one's a manual. Unfortunately, it's also obnoxious.
After 1/4 mile, you have reached your destination.
Here it is.
You have reached your destination.
Wow, it's packed today. Was there a run on used goods? I don't really want to park in the sun because we have the food here now. Maybe I'll park in the back. There is a shady spot all the way over here. Shade.
Mira, Jonathan que nunca dice que no. Jonathan nunca dice que no. Ah.
Take your time, look around. Hi, how are you? All right. Maria, is Jeffrey up there?
to 40 years. Oh, and you, with how many dishes and kitchen gadgets you never use? Our other thrifters would love to get their hands on your stuff. Well, you get a coupon to save 20% on your next purchase of up to $100. Ready to donate and save? We accept those items on behalf of our nonprofit partners and pay them for your stuff, helping fund vital programs in our community. We are a for-profit professional fundraiser where required. Shopping at our stores does not support any nonprofit, but donating your reusable goods does. Thank you.
What news is that?
After 250 feet, turn left, US 1, Boston Post Road. Turn left.
We actually could. That's very rare. I forgot to plug in the camera, but I think that it might have enough charge. I can't get it. The thing is hard to open because the microphone receiver's in the way. That's fine. It should have enough charge to last the rest of the way. But this is good because the other camera, after you record for about an hour straight, maybe an hour and 20 minutes or so, it seems to just barf up and corrupt and get all screwed up. So for longer trips, I really needed this camera to work properly, and I'm glad we've proved that it can. Oh, this is trashy copyright music. If I get a copyright strike because that modern trash garbage slop copy wrong music is playing, I'm gonna have to cancel this part of the video out. At least that sounds not copyright. More stinking copy wrong. Tired of all this copy wrong music everywhere all the time. Okay, good. Copy wrong music is racing away like fuels back to $2.50. How warm it is today. This is great. I gotta open all the windows in the house and get this heat inside. Although I think tomorrow is supposed to be decent too, so maybe I might not shut the windows tonight and we'll just lose all the heat and whatever. I think what we're going to do is when I get home, we'll make lunch with that cheese I got. And then we will, I got to set up some videos on the computer. Always on everything on the stinking computer all the time. And then after I do that, I think I'm going to clean the deck, clean that railing off. That probably will take about 45 minutes. And then, because that's a prerequisite to do anything else on the deck. So I'll set up that, I'll clean that railing, and I'm going to clean it with melamine foam because last time I pressure washed it, which makes it look clean, but I don't think that it really gets it very clean because the green stuff grew back very quickly. And over the summer I cleaned part of it with melamine foam, and the part that I cleaned, even though it's been months, still looks perfectly good. So I think that, I mean, this could be totally wrong, but I have a feeling that the melamine foam cleans it better to the point where the stuff doesn't grow back as quick. So I want to try the melamine foam over the whole thing, and it doesn't take all that much longer. I think by the time you factor in getting out the pressure washer and putting back the pressure washer, it probably is a wash anyways. it was supposed to rain today. And I said, oh, perfect, I'll go to the store because the car needs to be rinsed off, and driving in the rain is an easy way to do that. And I wanted to see how the roof was working underneath the deck. But instead of the rain, we have a beautiful sunny day. And we're going to skip the OK wheel today just because, although I could go, I have to think about what is a more logical and responsible use of the money. And at this point in the game, it's not there. I don't need any more material. I have probably years of videos stored up in that house. And
After 1 mile, take the exit right, Interstate 95 southbound, towards New York City.
And I want to get out of here before it gets traffic filled. We're getting close. It's about 2:30. And I want to get home to enjoy the weather too. I thought I saw a band of rain passing through on the weather map. I have to check
After
it again.
1/2 mile, take the exit right, Interstate 95 southbound, towards New York City. Then, take the freeway.
$375. That's a little better than some of the other ones. Although it's $385. I can't imagine a lot of people still buy the gas with cash, but at this point, it might be worth it. Oh, there's the Oryx store. I keep saying one day we'll go there and maybe just buy belts or something cheap. I can't imagine
After
that
1/4
doesn't make
mile,
business
take the
nowadays.
exit right, Interstate 95 southbound, towards New York City. Then, take the freeway.
It's a shame because you get a lot better service at a store like that than you would on Amazon or stupid e-rip-off or whatever place you want to go to.
Take the exit right, then, take the freeway.
That is very confusing right there. I finally have figured it out. That turn lane, that big turn lane,
After
if you think it's for
1.4
something
miles,
major,
take the exit right, 38, towards Merritt Parkway.
is for that plaza there, and the tiny little one is for the freeway entrance. I can't believe I've been keeping all those glass bottles for no reason. What a waste of space in the trash can. Oh well.
City.
Oh,
Take the exit left.
I almost forgot. This is very important. I have to film the final April Fool's video today. The final one for 2026. I've got 3 of them ready. I have to film 1 more. That's important.
Ahead, keep left. Highway 15 southbound, towards New York City. After 1/2 mile, keep left.
Well, we almost got out of here in time. If you recall last time, this backup started about probably 3/4 of a mile further back. So this is better, but we're cutting it close. You really got to get out of that area by 2 o'clock. Otherwise it becomes a disaster. Why is this crooked? That's a little better. Okay, so here's what we got at the store. We got the $1 million rice. I do like this bag better though, because it's resealable at least. This is the Earthly Grains branded jasmine rice. We'll have that with the fish. Speaking of which, the milk and the cheese. We're gonna need this cheese for lunch. And this total to be $21.90. And I got this box. Put everything in. All right, let's put this in the refrigerator, which we need to clean. We need to clean the refrigerator. There is a spill in here of some kind. It's all grungy now. All right, so for the lunch, I'm gonna have the rest of this. And we're gonna need some boiling water. This all has to get washed. This we will need. We're gonna have to use this pan because I don't actually do I have another one that's smaller. I can use. We'll have to use these. This is more water than we need, but the other, the smaller pot is filthy. This is a very economical meal. This is about, so this is half of one chicken breast, and it's about $12 for a box of 5. So this is maybe $1.50 worth of chicken. And then the pasta is a couple hours, cheese is a couple hours. So I'd say this, we're gonna get out this lunch with probably under $6. Just make sure there's no mold, because this is getting pretty old. I think I made this last week. We're gonna need one of these, a clean one. We're gonna have to do a full cleanup of the kitchen today, but we'll leave that for later when it's not nice out anymore. We got a bunch of cups we need to wash. This actually can go in the other room, but you know, we're gonna need that later, so I'll just put that there for now. We need some tomato sauce. $75.4 outside. That is remarkable. Okay, so we're gonna put this in here and warm that up. Really don't even need the fans today because the wind is so gusty, but we'll use them anyways. Okay, warm that up. I gotta clean the floor too. There's dirt everywhere from that tracked in yesterday when I was working outside. This needs to hurry up because the pasta's gonna be ready any soon. I gotta fix this cabinet too. Maybe I'll do that tonight as well. I think I'm getting a little bit too ambitious. I don't think that we're going to have time to do all these things. But it is, it's about 3 o'clock. We still got about 12 hours left in the day, so we'll see. Man, that wind is strong. The leaves blowing everywhere. No point in even trying to clean up anything in the yard today. Now I'll take it. The wind is free. The fans are not free to operate. Especially not those daggone shaded pole ones. Like the stupid 1200A and other junk. Okay, we're going to use this pasta. So this is it's thinking it broke too. This is made out of chickpeas as opposed to the flour and so forth. So it's a little bit better for the health than regular pasta. I bought some chickpea flour a while back, and I want to try to make some of my own. This pasta, if you cook it just right, is pretty good. But the consistency is a touch off. So I'm wondering if I make it myself, make it fresh, because the consistency is very different. If I make it fresh, can I pass it off as real pasta? Or even if we cut the dough in half, you know, use half the chickpeas and half the regular, that's an improvement too. So we'll have to experiment with that at some point. But I don't want to spend a lot of time on making lunch today because I got other things that I want to do. Okay. This is still got a little bit to go. We're going to need some cheese here. So this cheese, this is not what I was looking for. I typically make this with mozzarella cheese, but this might actually be better. This is a blend of mozzarella, provolone, Romano Parmesan, Asiago. Provolone makes a very interesting flavor, I think. So this might actually be better. We'll see. It is so windy that papers and boxes are blowing across the other table here. I'm going to go in the front room and start up that projector. It takes a minute to get going. And I'll get one of the computers. Get a computer that we're going to need to show the videos. I guess it's just as well that nothing outside is set up yet, because there's nothing to look at outside anyways. Everything is still dead and ugly out there. So I'm not sure that I would want to be outside anyways. I gotta get some more cheese. I think I'm down to my last bucket of cheese. There's a piece of pasta over here too. One everywhere. Okay, this is just about ready. Well, this is becoming an urgent situation. I might have to go to the other store tonight and pick up this cheese. I don't have no cheese left. This is only enough for like one day. All right, maybe we'll have to go back out tonight. But we don't have to use the car for that one. That store's close. And actually, I think I have 3 or 4 bags of cans to go back to that store. That's where the Professor Sodium goes back to that store. Okay, this is done. All right, so now what we're gonna do, I like to put the pasta over the heat for a minute just to dry it out. I hate when pasta is wet. So I'm gonna leave it there just a minute, and it's gonna kind of dry that pasta out. And then we're gonna put it into a box, and we'll mix it with that chicken, and we'll put it in the toaster for a minute with some of that cheese on top, and we'll get a really nice dish out of that. Okay, this computer is all sorts of screwed up here because I think it's set to projector only, and there is no display yet connected. Yeah, this is totally barfed up here. This is not an old computer. That's probably why it's not working. If this was an older computer, it would probably work just fine. Problem is, I need to find another, oh, there we go. Oh yeah, this is totally barfed up here. What the heck? I gotta find another VGA cable. I used the last one on something else recently, and so I'm stuck with only a HDMI in here. So I have to use this newer computer. I'm gonna put this 3733 up here at the front of the doorway. Get this heater out of the way. Probably be using that again in 2 days. It's ridiculous. All right, this is still not working. What the heck? You're kidding. Is this computer just busted or what? There it goes. I seldom have this kind of trouble with these older units. It's these newer ones that never work right. All right, we want to do, I'll just do an extend for now. Come on. This isn't working. Might have to get an older computer. This one is just not working. Not even acknowledging that there's a cable plugged in. The funny thing is it worked perfectly fine yesterday, so why today is this all barfed up already? Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take this. I don't have to burn the heat anymore. Shut that off. Put that in there. And then we'll put this in here. And if that dang computer's not working, when I get back in there, I'm getting a different one. because I'm tired of that trash. Okay, just kind of mix this up a little bit. And then I'm going to put some cheese. Some cheese. Oh no, just go over the floor. No, we gotta clean up this kitchen anyways. It was already a mess. And now we're gonna put this in here just for a couple minutes at like 200 something. And I'm gonna go fight this computer now. And I'm gonna win. Not allowing a computer to dictate how lunch is gonna go. Now, this is still just completely ignoring the fact that there's a display connected. So we will use a different computer. I'm not playing with that. The newer the computer, the less reliable it is. That has been my experience for over a decade. Does this stupid computer have a HDMI port? It does. Okay, maybe we'll use this stupid computer then. It's probably not charged up. Yep, it's not charged up. Classic. This is getting a little ridiculous here. I guess I should just get another, really should just get another another VGA cable. I know I have them, I just don't know where they are. And I just gotta set the time aside to look for the stupid things. I've alleviated a lot of frustration at this point though, had I knew where they are. It's such a dirt common item, I must have 100 of them floating around here. But the few that I had easily accessible have either been put into service somewhere or just disappeared, misplaced, whatever. Now this computer has lost the background picture. I don't really care because I'm not looking at it, but I mean, where did it go? Alright, this computer is working just fine, and the background picture came back. So we'll use this one. I just have to get a network cable, and we'll be able to. I don't know why that other one doesn't work. The other one is a much nicer so-called computer that's much more expensive, but it doesn't work. I did my time in computers. I did almost 12 years in computers. I'm tired of them at this point. Okay, that's connected. That's connected. Now I can watch a dang video. Alright, this should be just about ready now. Yes, it is. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna need a Professor Sodium after all that. All right, so let's get this out of here. And then with the way things are going, something will probably spill, and we'll have to clean that up. Excellent. I'll come back for the camera in a minute. This is a very economical, easy to make meal, and it is so delicious. Okay. Here's what the lunch looks like. There's that computer that wasn't working. There's the computer that's working. Eat. We'll get outside before it gets not as nice. What should we watch here?
At Garden of Life, we combine a rich...
I think we're gonna watch I think we'll watch The Plumber again. I gotta fix the audio though. The audio is not coming through
range
right
of probiotic
place.
strains to support your gut. Garden of Life.
Days come.
At
There we
Avatar
go.
Fire Dash your movie collection today.
Coming to do.
Water already set up. How convenient. Plain hose.
No, I don't want your stupid family plans. Your website doesn't even
Turn it
work.
on.
Get your dang website first, then we'll think about it.
Block drain.
Blocked
Seen
website.
how the flow
Website's been a
flow
disaster.
from here. It's also been overflowed from that little overflow point there. Everything backed up. What have we got there? This runs all the way down to a septic tank, so I don't know if we're going to have enough hose to go through, but we'll give it a go. There's the big dog there, helping himself to breakfast. Hey doggus. Right, for this one we're going to put the spinner on. Yo! It's down there. Are you sure? I'll come and have a look. Shall I try from here? Not yet. We'll try it here. Oh. That's a big dog. Two big dogs. Hey doggesses. We're going that way now. That's it. We're going as far as we can now. We're dropping. Alright. Okay, coming. Alright, my mate here says I've got to go from the other end. We'll leave that off so we can come and pick it after. Okay.
This shit first.
Uh-huh.
This is the front. Have a look. I appreciate this gonna work now, see?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I see. She's under pressure. You see that coming out of there?
This is good. Working. Good. I did very good. Good.
I think you just cleared it.
Good. I don't say nothing. Very good. Perfect. Good. You want more?
Look at that.
But the septic tank, you could better change it? Huh?
No, the septic seems to be alright. It's at the right level.
You can't drop down now. The septic tank is very good.
Oh, much more in.
It's cracked, see? It's cracked.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
Then I'm gonna keep putting around.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe we're gonna service it.
Well, that's the outlet there, is it?
This one goes to there.
Running over there.
Oh, you see this one too? When I say bring the truck from
Yeah, I'll bring the truck
do it.
and we'll pump it. Yeah, it's about halfway you expect. Because it's a long run. Alright, I'll bring the van over and we'll give that a blast.
The tap is there. We go from here.
Where's the tap?
The
Yeah?
tap is over there.
Okay.
Next to my gun.
So this is a good 200 metres and there's no inspection port halfway. Not that we need the inspection port today because the problem was down there. And it looks like Zia's popped it with his little stick. No, it's still up. Might be a problem halfway as well, because that shouldn't be holding water. So now we've got to get back from there. Throw another shrimp on the barbie. In you go. That's the pump, is it? Out to there?
I'm not sure what the pump is. Just check for me a little, please. Why not put it right here? Pressure pipe from down. It's coming from there, I'm no way.
Well, this should be pumping out to the field somewhere.
So we need to fix it here.
Yeah.
I bring the bar.
We'll have to wait till it stops and we'll have a look.
Look at the stove. I fill the pump all day. Should be stopped.
That's still flowing. It's still blocked up there, Via. So there must be a blockage this way. It's still holding. So this release, but there's still a problem halfway.
So you just pump. One, pump. That's
Oh, look at that. So that's what's happening. It's just pumping into the ground here.
Yeah.
Just be careful with electrical.
That's electrical, eh? It's not down.
No, that's just like a little pumper.
So that's what it's working. Good stuff. وده كل اللي يطلع في الدوري والواين المنطقي طبعا كده وقاموا يدخلوا هنا كانت كبيره المنطقه السير في الموضوع انا قلت السير في المشروع ده من سيدة وعلى الكازون اي حاجه
Let's see what kind of call this is. It's going to be a bogus call, I think. Hello?
Hi, are you there?
No, I'm not here. I answered the phone, but I'm not here. How stupid are you?
This is Michelle. Actually, I contacted you earlier about the cashback benefits associated with Medicare. Do you remember that?
That's a lie. You did not contact me or anybody else earlier. You're a dirty, rotten, smelly liar. I hope you get sprayed by a skunk.
Can you hear me?
Can you shut up? Because you're stupid.
Okay, just to let you know, Medicare has recently expanded certain benefits in many areas. I'm here to see if you're eligible for cashback benefits for 2026 on top of your current Medicare plan. Do you currently have Medicare Part A and B?
Okay, just to let you know, you're a stupid, lying piece of garbage. I hope you get sprayed by a skunk tonight. I hope your pillow smells like a rotten, smelly skunk. I hope you can't sleep at night because you're so dishonest and stupid and dumb.
see which added benefits you qualify for. Are you enrolled in Medicare Parts A and B?
To see if you'll ever shut up and stop lying, can you stop talking? Because you're stupid. I don't like you. And you're not convincing.
Thanks for your time. Goodbye.
Shut up. Oh, I almost forgot. I have some cookies in the kitchen.
فالبابو اللي جاء يشوفوا انا ما يجي ليه ودي الحديقه تترك كومباوند تنسى كبيره برافو كبيره برافو
So that's pumping from there to here.
You see.
Yeah, what's it? Well, yeah, it runs this way.
Okay.
Not from here to here. I'll put that there. Okay. So that's why that's doing it. And I put that over the top so it stops it splashing.
That's what I did.
Yeah. Okay, that might be a bit better.
Just for now.
Just for now.
So you're going to see this line now?
Yeah, I'll clear that.
Yeah. No problem, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, we need to go now with this.
Okay, so this is the irrigation system. That's the septic being pumped out into the grass. So it still works. Yeah, it's only got a little leak now, huh? So that's pumping in there from there.
Good.
Yeah, we'll give that a blast as well.
Good. Take your time. That's it, bring it in.
There's a tap over here, so I'm told. Water. All on. I'll just check over here again. See if that water level's still up. If it is, it means there's a blockage between halfway and the septic, because we've got up. Yeah, I'm going to have a look. No, it's still up. So we went a good 50 metres this way, so it's got to be on the next 50 or 150 metres. If we come from that end, we should be able to hit our problem. No, it's still blocked. Must be a blockage still halfway up. Yeah, go from here. Alright. We'll put the spinner up. Zia, can we pump this more? Is that pumping now? Yeah? Because this is going to be a little bit lower than what it is. It's still a little bit high here. I'm going to go up there now and just see how far that blockage is. Yeah, we'll know as soon as we hit it, Zia. Don't worry. So we want to hit it soon. That's a full length. I think it's laying flat for a long way. It might be a charged system. I'll see if there's another IO somewhere between. See if there's one along here. Yeah. Because it's probably laying flat. Because of the distance. It's like 200 meters and not much fall. No good, is it? Alright. We're going to swap these around because I've got a few more meters on this one as opposed to this one because I've cut this one off a little bit. That might get us to the secondary blockage. Right, we go.
Time to get back to work. That was a 10 out of 10 lunch though. Excellent meal. And we'll keep this video for later. I want to get outside and work on the cleaning of the railing while we still have some good heat. I do have some work I have to do on the computer before 5 o'clock. It's about 4 now, so we'll chip away at the stuff on the deck for a little while, and then we'll come back in and take care of the stuff on the computer. I think I can finish this stuff on the deck in an hour or less. I'm not going to get the garden hose out. I haven't turned the water on yet, and I don't think I should yet. It's still going to be freezing at night. I thought I had bought more cheese. But I can't find it. And I must have eaten it. We go through a lot of cheese around here. Okay, let's go outside. I think we'll just get 2 5-gallon buckets. I'll fill them up with water and we'll use that. And I gotta get a power cord for the camera, and I gotta get some melamine foam. I think I might also put the gloves on, because if my hands keep getting wet and drying out while I'm doing this, my skin is gonna get cracked over the place. Because it's still very dry, and we're still running the heat at night. I already got a couple cracked calluses as it is. Don't need it getting any worse. I think what I might do is I might turn on the water faucet downstairs just to fill up the buckets, because it's going to take forever to fill it in the kitchen. Got some activated frogs. Let's put that bucket there. Turn the water on and watch it spill. That most likely is what's going to happen. Well, it didn't spill, but it's not exactly going into the bucket either. And let that kind of fill up slowly. While I go get some melamine foam. I'll probably get 3 or 4 pieces. I think that we'll need a few. I'll get 5. And the gloves are upstairs already. Grab a power cord. This door is breaking, and that's to the list of problems. And I think that I see why. I might actually be able to fix that, which is good. I'm going to feed the cord out of the garage here to avoid having to leave the door open upstairs, get flies in the house and whatever. If we get a couple flies in the garage, whoop-de-doo. No food in here. Let flies be in here, I don't care. They'll leave eventually. Okay, I got the power cord plugged in. Bucket's full enough. Oh, that was dangerous. I plugged in a extension cord to a... Wow, I can't believe I did that. I plugged that reel in, but one of the cords on that reel has no ends. I wonder if that breaker tripped. Let's see if this even has any power. Yeah, it's got power. Okay, get that wet bucket up here. Oh, this faucet's leaking way worse than it was last year. Not good. It's not my favorite area of things to fix. Now let's see if this overheats. Maybe it won't because it's not running on battery. Oh, that's great. The melamine foam just went flying off the deck. I don't know if this is actually taking a long time or it's just going really slowly because I don't like the task, but it seems like this is taking forever to make any progress. Oh, all the foam blew away. That's unfortunate. No, it's only been 20 minutes. This is just going slow because I don't like the task. We gotta get new water. This water is too dirty to work anymore. Copy wrong music. I gotta go find all the pieces of foam. One got under the deck somehow. That's interesting. And there's two over here. Got them all. While that's refilling, I'm going to dump the other one. And dump that in the sewer. I don't want that in the yard here. The sanitary sewer, not the storm. Oh, there's mail all over the floor in here. I have a pile of advertisements that came in on the table, and now they're all over the floor. We'll need to do this part with some kind of a brush to get in between the cracks here.
$5.48 a gallon.
For oil?
Yes.
Oh gosh.
$878.
Wow.
I hope you don't need it anytime soon.
I've got just over a quarter tank left.
Well, maybe you can hold out until things calm down.
I'm gonna have to. I don't have that kind of money.
You'll probably get, I think they deliver a minimum of what, 100?
Usually 100, yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
My neighbor just said he bought oil and it was almost $6 a gallon. I bought it in around January. It was $2.70 a gallon, so it's more than double that. Or no, not more than double. It's about that, about double. And I bought it again in, I think it was late February or early March, and it was $3.70 a gallon, so $1 more in the course of a month. And now it's another $2 more. That's not good. I guess we'll be living in the cold until the springtime warms up, because I can't do that. That's gonna, usually it's about 100 gallons minimum per order. So you're looking at almost 600 hours. That's not in range. So we'll be fine for a while. If we're not running, I mean, what I have in the tank now, I got probably about a third of a tank left. That will last through the summer if it's just running the hot water, but it goes down quick if I start running the heat. I was going to start doing, because we're almost out of pellets, but now, you know, I can't get the pellets anymore, so I can't get the oil anymore either. So now what are we gonna do? I guess it's just gonna be cold. Not good. Not good. How loud is the That should be okay. Not by much, but a little bit. Make a ring and see how much we can move that fan. It's that dang squirrel again. There are so many holes in the landscape. I'm getting really mad about it. No. Well, it is, but it's up in the trees. Stupid things. Can't have anything nice around here with those things. More copy wrong music. replacing the driveway drain culvert. Going underneath, that's missing about 2 inches of dirt. It's just eroded where there was no grass. So no, it just stopped working. I don't know why this is so screwed up. This has been so blaring unreliable over the last couple of weeks. There's always been issues with the comments box and this, that, and the other, but I've seldom had issues actually publishing the videos. And the last couple of weeks, it's been extremely difficult to get a video to publish. The things just don't save. The description doesn't save. The thumbnails don't upload. Right now, it's not saving. All the tags just disappeared. Lost all the tags. I gotta do them again. See if it saves this time. Yeah, that time it saved.
It's a surprisingly decent 68 degrees. So even at a high velocity, the volume 3, I think. If that doesn't scream 90s, I don't know what does. That is so nostalgic. That is a sight to be seen if I ever saw one. That is a 16,000 CFM version of the Lasco 3733. This was something I prized.
More copy wrong music.
So,
Okay, that's everything that I needed to do on the computer that was time sensitive. I think we'll go back outside and chip away at the deck a little bit more. I think I'll try to do one more section and then we'll call that good for today. Get rid of this dirty water. We'll refresh the water. I'll just have to chip away at this for a couple days, and then I gotta paint the stairs too. Stairs look like junk. They look abandoned. I never did open the garage exhaust fan today. The day is slipping away. I don't think we're going to get to that. After this, I want to go in the front yard and clean up some of the junk. There's a lot of sticks and branches and some leaves and some debris that's got to be removed from the landscaping. I'm going to start chipping away at that a little bit too. Just take away 2 or 3 loads of junk from there. This is what a typical day consists of. Lots of work. Running a piece of property and a building on it is like a full-time job in of itself. There's a lot of videos on here of people that just get up in the morning and live this kind of I don't know, fairy tale lifestyle. It's not real. It's not real. You see all these videos of people in here don't lift a finger. Not real. Where's the stinking foam? It blew away again? Or did I get smart and put it in the house? Well, as much as I'd like to say that was the case, I don't think it was. I don't see it. I don't see it in or out of the house. What the heck? What ails that foam? Oh, here it is. Alright, let's just get one more part done and then we'll move on to something else. I hate this task, but it's got to get done. It looks nice though. The results of this I enjoy. There's been these brown patches here. I don't know what these are from. These have been here forever. This is kind of taking it off, but not quite. Eventually, in the springtime, we gotta go around and do this to the entire house, all the siding, because it's getting really dirty, especially on the east side, I think it is. It doesn't see enough sun. I'm really hoping that this will last longer than the pressure washing does. I think it will, based off of what I've seen so far. If it doesn't, then we'll go back to the pressure washing. But if this lasts all season, then it's worth the extra time. The melamine foam fell. Why did all the frogs just stop? I was enjoying that sound. What the heck? Why did all the frogs just stop? My neighbor walked by with his dog, but that shouldn't cause all the frogs to stop like that. That's stupid. What a joke. It's time for some new water and some new foam. I think it's going a little quicker now because this part's not as dirty. The worst part was the one we started with. Now, this was certainly dirty. It needed to be clean, but it was not as bad. I'm not sure if I've ever cleaned underneath this before, because you wouldn't have been able to with the pressure washer, really. Alright, this water is too dirty to function. Let's change it out. Well, if we get the whole back railing done today, that's pretty good progress. And we'll just have 2 sections left. That's not too bad. You know what, on second thought, if we got through that, I think what we're going to do is we'll stop here and we'll move into the front. We'll start working in the front instead. Get some of that taken care of. Some of the debris pickup in the front, because that's important to do before the grass starts to grow. It's going to try to start growing very soon. Some little patches have started. I'll dump this water out and then we'll change tasks. It's amazing how much water a 3-inch pipe can handle. It takes all 2 or 3 gallons of that water in seconds. All right, let's move into the front. It looks much better now. And we'll just have to get a brush to clean out those decorative things on the base. And then we'll be ready to put the lights back. It's quite the array of twigs and other things here that don't belong here. And the stupid squirrels have annihilated the landscaping again. Look at this. This is 1 day of damage. Now sometimes, well, you can see there's a break in the tulips. They wrecked the bulbs. All these holes. What a mess. All over here. All over here. Over here. All over here. This is 1 day of damage. I fixed all this once this year. A couple of days ago I fixed it. And I gotta rake all this over again. And it's ridiculous. And all these holes. See, there's not gonna be any grass growing there. No grass growing there. It's really bad over here. Look at this. Planted all new grass here last year. Squirrels took it all out. Unbelievable. This is why I hate those things. Hopefully they didn't chew up any of the wires to the landscaping lights. That happens too. They chew up the extension cords, they chew up the Christmas lights, and they chew up the landscaping lights. They just wreck everything in sight. Very, very frustrating situation to deal with. It is coming up now. False indigo is coming up. Probably just started today. Get rid of all of last year's false indigo. I'm going to get a rake and then we'll get started with cleaning up these acorns and sticks and whatever else is in the yard here. Oh, this came up too. I forget what this is called. I gotta cut all this out.
Everything started to sprout today because this is the first day it's been really warm. I was pretty particular last year about cleaning up the acorns, and there weren't that many, so I was kind of hoping that this would not be as bad this year, but interestingly, it's not that bad in the grass. It's just the landscaping where it's been bad. This is another task I don't particularly like, so this gets done in sections. Maybe half an hour or so a day of this. It's very tedious and boring, but it has to get done. should be a hosta over here somewhere. I don't think those are coming up yet. Looks like the irises are coming up strong. It's a beautiful plant, these irises. Ain't that something? A mini incandescent light bulb. It's probably burnt out, so we'll have to take care of that later. The legs are missing, so we can't even test it or use it. Lots of leaves in here, and we got to cut out that stuff from that front right bush. Cut out the last year's growth. Gotta move these 3733s out of the way so I can get to the draw here. 16,000 CFM together. Oh, Jesus. Just fell in the hole for the fence post. That's great. Really paying attention here. I believe this is called Silver Mound. And this was a plant that we used to have. Well, this isn't the exact instance, but we used to have one of these at the house we lived in back in the 2000s. It's a very, very soft plant. I'm going to trim this back a little bit because it's growing into the walkway here. I've had intermittent results with this thing. Sometimes it blooms, sometimes it doesn't. I've tried various different methods of pruning it. I think last year I took off about half of it. So we'll see if it blooms this year. Can't have it in the walkway either way, so. Some of the tips have new growth and some of them don't. So I don't know what it's doing. It grows every year, it just doesn't always bloom. That's a lot of leaves. There's certain spots on this property where leaves accumulate from the wind and they like pack in densely. This is one of those areas. I don't really want to take the leaf blower to this because then we get mulch everywhere. So you know, some parts of this are dead, and those parts should come out. Huh. Wonder why that happened. Seems like it's rejected about half of the branches. Might fetch a small rake to aid with this once I get all these pulled out of here. The stupid DEL streetlight just turned on. Okay, I'm going to return this rake, and I'm going to grab a smaller one. Acorn. I'm sure to get rid of that. Alright, I'm gonna go cancel this out, and then we will be done for today in terms of outdoor work. But the day is just beginning in terms of indoor work. We've got a lot of videos to make tonight, and a lot of editing to do, and a lot of setup to do. Got to get everything set up for tomorrow. Just grab a couple of branches that fell over here. on the way to the compost. Okay, we're gonna put away the tools now, and that wraps up the outdoor work portion of the day. Where is the large rake? That did not make it back in here. Where is that large rake? I don't see it. What the heck? It's definitely not over here. I really don't understand where that rake is. It's not hanging up. Did I bring it in and just not put it where it belongs? The heck? What ails that rake? There it is. Hanging up right where it belongs. Okay. Yeah, that's great. I'm really with it today. Good grief. I'm gonna get something to eat now, and then we're going to start making some videos. I was hoping that I was gonna be able to pair the April Fool's video with the swap out of the ceiling fan in here, but there's a couple more videos I want to film with this I haven't done yet, so I'm gonna have to take it down and put it back up and then film the videos and then swap it out a couple of days later, which is a lot of wasted movement and, you know, chance for something to break as we're taking it down and putting it back up. But I did not have the time to get to said videos as I had other things I needed to tend to earlier this week. So with that being said, let's take a look at some food. That is not the lights I wanted to turn on. That is. All right, let's see here. I have this, which expires on the 1st, which, okay, so we'll have that tomorrow then. That's, actually no, that expires on the 3rd. We'll have that tomorrow regardless. Tonight, we're gonna have this fish that we got today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make both pieces. We'll eat one today, and then we'll have one for tomorrow or the following day or whatever it is that we decide to consume the fish. And we're going to have some $1 million rice too. Well, actually the rice that I have on hand is still going to be coming from the previous batch from the other store, so it might not be as expensive. I'm going to have to check that. I really don't remember what it was. So this is 1.15 pounds, and this will make 2 meals for me. This says the serving size is 4 ounces or 1/4 of a fillet, so that would mean that there's 8 meals here. I mean that's like 1/4 of this is like 2 bites. I don't know, that seems like a very small portion. But this is pretty economical. If I eat this 2 or 3 times, it's $10 total here. It's $5 of fish for, you know, if it's used for 2 meals, that's pretty reasonable. You know, the rice is probably 50 cents of rice, and then maybe $2 or $3 for the frozen vegetables. So you're looking at 5, 6. I would say you're looking at
less than $9 for a, what the heck is up with that? You're looking at, less than $9 for a nice fish meal. It works for me. And if you go out and have this somewhere, you're looking at probably 30 plus, depending on the restaurant. I could probably get 3 meals out of this, I think. If we maybe cut it there and cut the other one there, I think we probably could get 3 meals out of this, so that takes it down even more. And then it's only, was $4? Yeah, $4 a meal. Really quite economical. It's a good store for certain things. I don't like this packaging because it's a lot of plastic film and the recycling people won't take this. But a lot of these packages are not good in that respect nowadays. Too much plastic film. It's not good. Alright, let's put this in here. I'll put some seasoning on there first. Put this is Montreal steak seasoning, very good seasoning. And we'll just use the small oven for this, don't need anything more than that. You'll put it to about just over 300, and we'll get the rice cooker out. That wasn't great. And we'll make a cup of rice. I don't know if this is an actual cup or not. This is just the unit that it comes with. Oh, that's great. Stupid. Pay attention, tripod. Okay, let's get some water to soak this in. It's very important to get the starch out so you don't end up with a sticky, starchy mess. And I do not have a clean sifter thing to use. That's not good. I really have got to clean up the kitchen tonight.
And we'll let this soak for a minute. And while that's soaking, I'll try to figure out how we're going to get this out of here. Looks like to stir this up. I don't know if you pick it up on a video, but the water gets very cloudy, which is the starch. That starch will when it's cooking in the machine, that starch will kind of bubble up and come out the vent of the lid. And then it gets all over the place, all over the counter, all the side of the machine. It gets really sticky. It just makes a total mess. So I like to get as much of the starch out of there as possible. And this floor is so gritty, it is ridiculous. You know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna have to reuse this this one from lunch. It's a little dirty, but screw it. I need this to be able to be strained. This is making a total mess, but I kind of don't care because it needs to be cleaned up anyways. Okay. Turn this on. And then the last thing we gotta prepare are the vegetans. I don't really have any clean cookware for those either. So I have to use a much larger pan than is necessary. This is what we're gonna make. The Asian medley from Skunk's Eye. This is a very good array of vegetans. Okay, let's get some of these dishes washed up here. This is becoming dysfunctional. Dishfunctional, haha. That was pretty bad. I don't know why I never switched this on.
Whoa, we got a stinking flood up here. What in the world? It's almost near the cordless phone. Gotta get more of the cheese. Very, very important. Okay, I think while this is cooking, we are going to I'll kind of clean up the other room a little bit to get ready to film in there, because we got to film in there. And then at some point I got to give these microphones a break to charge up, because we're gonna need these microphones for several more hours, and the microphones are about halfway down. So these other ones should be fully charged. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, maybe I'll pair the receiver to these other two and then let these charge up, and I'll do that now. Okay, I've got the microphone swapped out. I'm gonna plug in this receiver to the power cord so that that'll charge up while it's in use. That works out pretty good. All right, now we're going to clean up this area. This works. We're going to keep this so we can cancel this out. The slow end guidance thing, paper. That wasn't very expensive. That was the power supply for the car. I think that cost about $9. That'll be worth having for many videos. Worked out great today. This goes downstairs. Is there another one up here?
No. Okay, I'm gonna go put this back in the garage. This lives in the car usually. Wow, that is loud. It's a little cool out here, but it's not too bad. I think I'm gonna open the windows again, just to enjoy the sound of the frogs. It's only here for a couple weeks. The door is breaking here in the garage screen door. It is breaking. I need to fix that. I'll just open this window a little bit, let some frogs in. This window needs to be greased up pretty badly. Very, very stiff. Okay, we'll use that to finish whenever we finish that project. The cleanup project. I'll just get a bunch of these things off the floor so that the room looks a little more presentable and you can move around without tripping on stuff. The telephone is almost out of charge. I'll charge it up. Okay, this is the power supply for the video editing computer. We'll be needing that tonight for sure. And here's the network interface for the video editing computer. We'll be using that tonight as well. The computer mouse and the computer keyboard for the listening to music computer. There was a mouse, but now it might be busted. It's very likely I'll use this tonight as well, but not on video because that's forbidden. Almost sounded like a bell in here. Okay, I'm going to shut this other computer off because we're just not using it right now. I'm going to shut this light off. Actually, I think the other computer is still on too. Yeah, I'm going to shut this computer off too, because we don't need it on right now. Okay, here's the video editing computer. Is this it? Yeah, that's the video editing computer. I'll put this away for now. Is there water left in here? I can't tell. Oh, I guess not. Sounds nice in here. Get these pieces of wood out of the way. Might use this later. Might not. Not sure. Okay, this is a liquid spill hazard. I'm going to move this over here. And I'll move this out of the way for now. These are going to go outside this year. Okay, the room looks a lot better now. Let's do some vacuuming, get the floors cleaned up. Stinking gritty freak show on the floors here, all throughout the house. did hear the fish become ready, but I want to finish the vacuuming because it's not good for the condition of the floors to have all this dirt everywhere.
want to clean the hallway right quick too, because I know the dirt has been tracking down the hallway. And it's in the front room too, but I'll deal with that later. You have to keep shutting this off in order to modulate that clutch. Well, you don't have to, but you should, because it'll just wear through the belt as it slips.
Okay, there's still more in there, but I got the bulk of it. All right, let's see how the food is doing. Looks like everything's ready. So let's get back in here. I'll turn the television set on and see if we can find some good videos to watch. I'll put the ceiling fan on too. People like to watch that operate. Okay, why is this not moving down? There it goes. Let the microphones charge a little bit longer, and then we'll switch back over to the camera. Just put this on low for now. Don't really need any cooling. You know what, that camera's not in a good spot. It should be on the other side of the room. You're not going to be able to see any of the videos that we're looking at. Still haven't replaced the CMOS battery in this thing. Someday I'll do that. Probably not tomorrow. And probably not the day after tomorrow. There's just more pressing matters to deal with than a stinking CMOS battery. The floor feels so clean. That is a great vacuum. I would say that's actually one of the highest performance vacuums I've ever used. It's up there with the Hoover wind tunnel. It's excellent. Really, really good machine. Has very good airflow, which is kind of rare for a passive fan unit, which is why it works so good, because it has good suction and good airflow. Okay, the fish looks like it came out pretty good. Should have. There's really no reason why it wouldn't have. Try to leave all the skin and slimy parts in the toaster here. Okay. Here is the fish. See how the rice cooker did today. Sometimes I get a film on the bottom of this thing. I don't know why that happens. Looks like today it did not happen. It's gotta be the starch. I can't think of what else it would be. This rice cooker works very well. No, it's not vintage, blah, 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 but it gets the job done pretty well. Actually, you know what I probably could have done? I forgot it had this ability. It has a little strainer thing you can put on top of the rice, and then you can throw vegetables in there. I probably could have prepared the vegetables in here instead of on the stove top. And just save me the trouble of having to wash another pan. I can use one apparatus for 2 tasks. I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. I probably can do that. And the vegetans. All right. I have to reset the time every time because the CMOS battery is gone. Oh, well, how come the sound isn't working? Ah, there it goes.
Hey everyone, it's now early September and we're coming back to a blockage that we were unclogging back in June. We did an update on it a few weeks after that. Beavers had not built back, so that tells me it's probably a secondary pond. But here we come after all these months, it is blocked again. It's coming right up on the right, and a couple of minutes down the road, we're gonna unclog it. It's got one of those cool grates where you can pull up all the bars. The beavers build against the bars, and they don't really add much structure to it because the bars are already there. And when you pull it out, it's considerably easier to remove. All right, everyone, another minute down the road. Arrived. Here's the Beaver swamp, and it's absolutely huge. There's even a bump sign there, so there's probably a frost heave that occurs here every year. All right, let's get ready. Let's get out and see what we got. We parked a little down from where we were before. The culvert's there. Never realized there was a second one here. And the second one has a lot of iron oxidizing bacteria in it that takes a while to occur. Meaning this one hasn't flowed in a while. Oh, I see a big dam down there too. This isn't even the one we came to inspect. The one we came to inspect is massive. Maybe this one came first and they needed another. Yeah, this one hasn't been unclogged in literal years based on how this looks. The excavator has destroyed it, and even if it were open, the water level's too shallow to even get to it. But the real pipe is down here, which is very substantial. It's a very big beaver pond. See, it goes all the way over there to that tree line, all the way over here, way over there towards those power lines. It's big. Last time we unclogged this, we came back later that day, hadn't even dropped. That's how big the beaver pond is. 2 weeks later it dropped, was flowing nice. There was no beavers. Now we come out here and it looks pretty fresh. And I see all the little handprints from the beavers. We have a lot to remove. When they built this, the water was almost a foot higher. Hasn't been raining too much. Dropped back down. So we have a lot of mud to get out of the way. This is just for drawback purposes. So we know that they're gonna probably clog it right back up, but that's okay. So this pipe is big enough to walk through, and it will come out over here into this really large plunge pool. You can see right here that the excavator definitely hit it at some point. The tooth of the bucket went right through it. But in this area, you can get snow that is so deep that you wouldn't need, this would all be flattened out even with the road during snow drifting. Very big pipe, look at that. And it's probably crushed from design. A lot of times they're put in like this just because you can fit more water. The trench doesn't have to be as deep, especially if there's bedrock. Here's a look at the dam from this side. Looks nice. Just the slightest little trickle going through it. Look at that. That'll make a perfect before shot. Looking out at the plunge pool. Perfectly round rocks like this don't compress very well. Didn't even see that guy. A blue heron is flying away. It's so windy, he's having trouble flying away. Look at this helicopter over here. What do you think it has? All right, everyone, here we are. We're ready to start unclogging this. The first thing we gotta do is lift up these bars to remove the structure from the dam. They're heavy, so I'll never stand underneath them. And these bars are solid steel, probably 3/4 inch. And someone asked, why don't you just pull them all up at once? It's because each one of these is probably 15 pounds. 20 pounds maybe the longer ones, because these look like they're mismatched from different crates and reused. All right, everyone, now that we got the grate up, we got to start making a channel that we can send water through. It's going to take a few minutes. to get this water-worthy. Then we'll start sending the debris and mud through so the beavers can't reuse the mud. If you throw it up on the side, they don't reuse it. But if it's in the water, they'll of course push it right back in here and use it once again. Just making a channel that we can get water pumping through. We gotta put gloves on. All right, now we're gonna start the flow.
Three cameras.
There's not much current. You gotta go in there. None of these are gonna fall. Make sure of that. legroom in there is horrible. And such a lack of flow for unclogging. Now we're gonna try to get that big thing out of there. Oh, we got it. We're really relying on that little gap underneath the grate structure to give us flow. Would have been nice to be here when the Beavers were building this. Like I said, the pond looks like it's dropped back from it not raining. Everything started moving, that's great. That's nice. We finally got it open, but that was a little bit backbreaking, that job. Last time we did this, it was flowing so much we couldn't see this. There's actually holes for the grate to go down inside. All right, we're gonna roll it away. Most of them are working. Some of them, the holes don't line up. And even they knew that before bringing it off. It's like a big rectangular hole. One more. Full of debris. Alrighty. Now we're all set on this side. Looking pretty good. All right, everyone. Here's what the entrance of the culvert looked like before. And here's what it looks like now. Really good flow going through it. All right, everyone. Wasn't holding up too much water today, but this is preventative maintenance. It could hold up a lot more, and that's a big issue during a storm. And beavers will only make it taller until it's completely blocked and it washes out the road somewhere. Here's what the entrance looked like overhead before. And here's what it looks like now. Pretty good. The bottom of that's even shiny from it being unclogged so often. Now, what is this? Anyone know what this could be? It's got a cap on it, blue pipe coming out. Is this for someone to grab water, or is it for samples to test the swamp for some reason? I don't know. But now we're gonna look at the other side. When we got here, this pool was very dark and murky. Now it's turned to like a coffee color. Here's what it looked like before. And here's what it looks like after. Now let's go down and have a look. That was really cool hearing those big rocks coming through. That big stick got stuck. Give that a push. And off into the plunge pool. Wow, but when we first started, there was only a tiny little trickle. Here's what it looked like before. And here's what it looks like now. A lot more than just a little trickle. I remember the last time we came here, the water was up to the rust line. Just shows hasn't been raining as much lately. And take a look down there towards the grate. Here's what the grate looked like on the inside before. And here's what it looks like now. Huge difference in the pipe. Flowing nicely. Here's what it looked like before. And here's what it looks like after. All right, time to get on out of here. Hope that's good preventative maintenance for the beavers. Before winter hits and these pipes actually really need to work. There's some of the debris that we unclogged. Took a while to get pressure behind that debris, but it eventually pushed down through. Take a look at these pretty flowers right above the culvert. I'm not sure what they're called, but I know I see them all the time growing in cow pastures. It's the only thing they won't eat, and it's the only thing the chickens won't eat. That's the only thing growing in our chicken run, is these very prickly flowers. It's like a cactus. No one will touch it. All right, everyone. After about 10 minutes of putting gear away and transferring files from camera 2 and 3 over, this has been flowing for a little bit. It's a very big pond, so it'll take quite a while for the water to go down to its original flow, which is barely anything. Came over here to see if it cleared up at all. A little bit, but to me it still looks pretty coffee-ish. In a few hours it should be back to normal. It's definitely pouring out of there clean. All right, everyone, we got out of there just in time. Just started raining. And I hope today's video was interesting, everyone. Thanks for watching, and have a great day.
Don't tell me what to do.
This section of road here, they just rebuilt the base, making it more resilient to erosion and winter damage, but they didn't put the top layer on yet, so it's very bumpy. In this area here, you can tell at one point was just an absolutely massive beaver pond. Look at that. It's all dried up now. There's wood scattered around. Looks like a good place for a campfire, actually. Driving through these poles because they're not abrupt like some potholes. It's like a bouncy ride.
Okay, I think the microphones are charged up now. Yep, it is. So now we are going to start filming this last April Fool's video, which is the changing of the ceiling fan here in the living room. We're gonna have to do a behind the scenes of the building of that fan because I haven't actually done that yet. I just want to look at the weather forecast here first, see if it's going to rain. It's only supposed to go down to 57 tonight, so not much colder than it is now. It's 59 right now. According to the thermometer in here, the peak was 82. But this thermometer is not necessarily resilient to the sun. Oh, wow. Holy cow. There is a massive rainstorm coming in just a couple hours. Wow. There's some pretty heavy spots in this thing too. It's long. Wow, we're probably going to get a couple inches of rain. Well, I wish that would have come through tomorrow instead of overnight tonight, because we could have used it to check the stuff under the deck. I don't think that this will pass through until probably middle of the night. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Might be asleep by the time it starts. Maybe not. Let's see how these videos go. If they don't go well, I guess I'll still be awake. According to this hourly forecast, it says 71 tomorrow. Highs in the lower 70s. According to this hourly forecast, it is going to start raining at
Never. Okay. I don't feel like this hourly forecast is taking into account what it's showing on the map here. And the map is showing a direct hit of heavy rain in the next 10 hours. That hourly forecast, I think, is busted. Doesn't make any sense. Well, whatever, it don't matter. It does not affect what we're doing now. We're going to do this regardless. It's not something we have to do outside. Hurry up! Okay, I'm done working on this computer. Shut that off. And then we're gonna go down in the studio. I gotta set up the other camera. I'm very curious to see the results of today's video in terms of the corruption situation. I'm using the old memory card today, which is also SanDisk, but it's never caused a problem before. I'm really starting to think that the issue is going to be that new memory card. It's like too coincidental that it started right around the same time. Oh, I gotta remember to put the other piece of fish away. And I have to say, recording with the camera plugged in is so much better, because the changing of the batteries is kind of a nuisance with this camera, because you have to take it out of the media mod. And while that's not really a big deal, it's kind of difficult to get the thing open. And so, in my opinion, plugging in the power cord, even if I got to drag out an extension, is easier than trying to, or having to keep changing the battery all the time. You know, if you're not home or whatever, when you don't have power, of course, that's fine. But if I have power here, access to power, I would much rather use that. Got this put away.
I'll put some water in the rice maker to make it easier to clean later. And the rest I'll clean up later. Okay, we are done in the kitchen for now. Let's get some cameras ready to record. I'll turn the lights off. Actually, no, I'll leave the light on in here because we're going to turn that back on. I try to leave the fluorescent lights on until I'm done using them, as to not keep putting cycles on the bulb, because that's what really wears out the fluorescent ones, is the startup. All right, where? That's why this one in here is cold cathode, because cold cathode does not have that problem. Okay, so that camera we use for the behind the scenes of the building of this apparatus. And then we'll use the regular camera. Where's the regular camera? Here it is. Does this have a charge? No. Okay, so that's fine. We'll charge up this regular camera in the meanwhile. Now I'm going to have to use this new memory card for this video, and let's see if it gets corrupted. It might. I don't know. I don't know what to expect at this point. Stick this in there. I have another power cord that we'll use. Nope, nobody wants this to be on. Actually, this battery is pretty much empty. That's not good. Are any of these batteries full? That one is. Alright, that one needs to be charged up. I'll slip this into the... Okay, I don't know what the heck that was. It's been a mistake. Slip this into this media mod. And plug this in. I don't want no stupid time lapse. Who the heck would? Okay. So we use that for this video. We'll have to use those microphones with the regular camera, because the microphone on that camera absolutely blows. It's the worst microphone on the planet. I don't know why. It just is. It's crap. So we'll have to just use the onboard microphone, which I'm really not impressed with the onboard microphones on this media mod at all. Considering how much larger it is and the fact that it's not waterproof, I think the sound quality is actually really kind of subpar almost. So that's kind of a shame. The audio should really be perfect on there, but it's not. Anyways, before this turns into a
media mod review. Let's go downstairs and get this ridiculous ceiling fan contraption designed. Kind of sounds like a bell. A lot of cordless phones down here. Oh, all the windows are open down here. Okay. It's not ideal. It's getting very humid. Oh well. Alright, I'll set this camera up right here, and that will show what we're doing. So I'm going to try and think about this here. We're going to do a behind the scenes, but the behind the scenes is going to show... So this is really going to be a primary camera for this section of the video, because this is going to show how we're going to build it. And then... Or actually... No, this... I'm getting confused here. It's been a semi-brain foggy day today. We should probably... Why the heck wasn't I going to put the microphones on here? That was stupid. We should put the microphones. Duh. I'll get the microphones. This is very frustrating to live with, and I hope that this goes away soon. Some people say this lasts for years. Some people say it lasts a few months. No idea what to expect. I hope it doesn't last for years. It's a pain in the neck. Okay, so this microphones have the phone port. The clip on this broke. That's a whole nother video that we're gonna have to film at some point to figure out how to fix that. Need an audio cable. Here's an audio cable. Okay, I think I've got everything that we need. So what's busted is the cold shoe. It broke. There's like a little clip, like a pin that goes through to hold it together that came out. So I gotta see if we can put that back. The microphone itself still works just fine, but we don't have the convenience of the cold shoe mount anymore. This got oil on it. I think a lot of things got oil on it. When I did the video of the fan that's on the bench here, I don't know why that happened, but it seemed to happen, which is not ideal.
So what I'll have to do now is, you know, quite frankly, this is so lightweight, it can probably just hang like that. This is not great. I feel like this is a recipe for disaster, actually. That's fine, I think. I didn't want the weight on there, but this is so light, I'm not worried about that. Okay. So now we gotta on this microphone. I don't know where the little magnet thing is. Oh well. Okay, before I start that, one of these days I should put an outlet up here that I can use to plug in the camera. See, I could plug it in right here with the lights, but it doesn't quite reach. I have another, I'll grab a cord out of the garage. And I need the fan. I'm gonna need some tools for this one. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to turn this ceiling fan into a 3733 combo. So I think we're going to cut the blades off this 3733 because there's a crack in this shroud anyways. And we'll screw the blades onto that motor. So we'll need some scissors to cut that. We'll need, and then we're also going to we'll cut the frame apart and use that as a down rod somehow. And this switch I might take out of here to revive something else. There's nothing really wrong with that one, but I have other things I'd rather salvage. The blade is perfectly good, so we'll keep the fan around. We'll just do like a wire it to high kind of thing and use it outside. Use it under the deck, use it on the deck, whatever. There's use cases for it. So we'll need some drill bits to drill through here. And we'll need a pellets bag to put underneath here to catch the metal shavings, because we don't want metal shavings. And then we'll need an electrical box for reference, hole size, because I'm going to drill some holes that we can use to screw it to the ceiling box in the living room. That door is so annoying. Oh man, it just spilled up. Electrical box for reference, drill bits, drill. Will this cut? Yeah, it will, but it's going to get very sharp, just like the floor. Not ideal. I think that's all that we need. I wish I had more motor screws, because we're going to bank on, I guess it probably will be fine. I don't think that it's going to be an issue. Okay, so I think we've got everything we need here. The bag, we don't have the bag. I'm gonna go in the garage and shut the lights off in there too. Okay. Still don't have the bag. Oh. Hello viewers, this will be behind the scenes for April Fool's 2026, changing the ceiling fan in the living room. We are going to be using a Lasco 3733 to build a 3733 ceiling fan. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to cut the blades off of this 3733. This is definitely a first. I have never cut the blades off of a 3733 before, but here we are. There's a first for everything. Well, while this is working, I think I'm going to switch to something that's a little more practical. The comedy has been had. I'll switch to these. Oh, man! Rats. I should have done it with 5 blades, 4 blades, 3 blades, 2 blades, etc. Dang it. Tisk. Well, you know what? We can still do it with 1 blade. Technically, this is with 6 blades. Alright, I gotta cut to a different film. We'll be right back. Lasco 3733, 1 blade. Zero blades. it still works. And that will get more views than all of the high quality videos that I recorded throughout the week. Oh well, gotta pay the bills somehow. Certainly gonna be through recording restorations of quality vintage equipment. Okay, and we're back. I've got all 5 blades removed. Now, I also need this frame. So, I wonder what the best way to do this is. Well, we know these have to be detached regardless, so let's do that first. What the heck is going on here? It looks like the cords have become one with each other. Well, these cords need to be separated. We're going to remove this one from the picture. And this one can remain. Okay, that's good. Now we'll put it back. Okay, so this one should still be working, and we can just use this one, you know, whatever outside or in the garage. It's working. And we'll take this handle and put the handle on it, because we're not going to need the handle on this one. This handle is too ugly to use on anything else. Okay, good. That's fine. That can go do something else. This motor is still good, so I am going to remove this motor and set it aside. I didn't actually replace the thermal fuse, It's just jumpered out, so it's not something I would, it's not like drop-in replacement ready, but there's no reason it couldn't be used for another fan. This I picked up out of the trash, actually in Pennsylvania. I think it was, no, it wasn't for the family. I was just visiting Russ for, I don't remember what the occasion was, but I was visiting Russ, and on the way home, not far from where he is, I saw this in the trash, and of course it was immediately picked up and retrieved. And it was fixable, just needed a new thermal fuse. Okay. So, this I'm set aside for another day. I think what we're going to do is we're going to mount the fan to the ceiling using, and it's not quite going to work. How are we going to do this? I want to get this kind of more elongated, but have two flat spots. That's going to be kind of difficult to do. Alright, that's kind of like what we need. That's almost perfect, actually. So we can mount the ceiling fan on here, and we just have to get this to mount to the ceiling. We need to flatten this out a little bit more. We should be able to put a ceiling fan on here now. Oh, it might be too heavy. I think it is actually going to be too heavy. Yeah, it's just going to get flimsy. You should not be able to do this to a box fan frame. I might have to put a piece of wire through here to kind of hold this together. I had been seeing, oh yes, I know where it is. It's in the living room. There's been a pesky piece of wire floating around up there for several days now. And we can use it for this project. this should work perfectly. Well, that'll work, but it's not, it's got to be straight. Okay, that'll work. Now we have to deal with the attaching of it to the ceiling. There was a 3733 shard in my arm. I wonder if can we bend these tabs out enough to just drill a hole there and secure it up like normal? We might be able to do that. I think we're going to get lucky with this one. And yeah, the holes are just almost perfect. So let's drill some holes that are about the size, or I guess a little bit larger than the box screws. This is going to be kind of sketchy on this side. It's very, very close to the edge, but I think we can get it. I have misplaced my, or maybe it's in the drill press. That's where it is. That's going to be too big anyways, I think. We'll just use one of these. That's not the best thing to use. These are a little bit better. I think this one is good. Okay, that's good. We've got mounting holes now. Now all these shavings are not in the carpet, which is great. Getting those out of the carpet is not great. It's actually downright awful. So going to go ahead and staple this shut so that we don't have a incident where it opens before I can cancel it out. Okay, good. Mess averted. And now we have to attach these blades to the motor, which we'll do on site, but I want to go through it now and make sure that we have a good method. So we're going to want to attach it how the heck is this? We could do it backwards just for comedy. I guess it would look better to do it like this. So we just need to drill a hole in each one of these blades. A hole big enough to fit the motor screw through. Yeah, that might actually work. I did already check this prior to filming. This is not an interference motor, so we'll be able to put the screws in all the way and it's not going to be a problem. The pitch is not correct, but it doesn't need to be. It's a stinking joke anyways. That should be fine. That's not going to move. Okay, easy enough. Okay, this diabolical thing is ready for install. Okay, so here's the unit in all its ridiculous glory. That goes back to garage, that goes to garage. This guard, I guess I'll just put it back on the fan for the sake of not having it in the way here. The fact that we didn't even clean these makes it even better. Should have run that through dishwasher first. I like having all these drill bits inside this bag. This was a recent organizational change, and it's very good. This bag was sitting in there doing nothing. Now it actually serves a purpose. Get this out of here and we'll add that back into the bag. Okay, I'm gonna go put this stuff back in the garage, and then we'll move upstairs. Oh, actually, I gotta get some wire first. Oh man, all these things spilled out of here. That's unfortunate. The wire, that's what I needed. I know I have a bunch of pieces of wire sitting around somewhere in here. I think we'll use some BX cable just to make it even more outrageous. This should be long enough. Yeah. All right, I think that we are now ready to film this video. I'm gonna go bring this upstairs. I gotta get the ladder upstairs. And then the camera. All right, let's get the ladder in here, get some more lights on. And we'll get this fan changed out. Okay, we're also going to need the screwdriver, maybe a wrench? No, I guess not, because we're going to put this back the way it is, so I'm not going to have to take apart the dowel rod or anything. I think we just need the screwdriver. plant needs to be watered. Probably a lot of things there need to be watered after the couple of days. It's spilled. Not good. Normally I'd say it's so dry it'll just evaporate in a few minutes, but that's not the case anymore. Alright, that should be good. I'll use that again tomorrow. Okay. Let's get the other camera going. Where is that audio piece that we need? I remember seeing it earlier today and I thought I had put it in that drawer. Oh, come on. Here it is. I never put it away. Okay, I just need to get a new set of gloves and then we will be ready to start. Always double check the settings to make sure that the image stabilizer is on. It's the correct viewing angle. Alright, that should be good. This camera's still going. Hello viewers, today we're going to be changing out the ceiling fan in the living room. I'm going to start out by switching it on and get the ladder set up, and we'll get this taken down. Good old Hampton sneeze. Let's try to avoid that. Okay. Hurricane test! Okay, got it secure. This is the bit. And as we learned last time, we are not going to stick the screwdriver inside the inside there anymore. And these are not the larger screws that are normally used, these are smaller. Okay, off to an excellent start here. So it's going to be this one then. Got some nice spring peepers to accompany us tonight. Nice sounds of spring. Very welcomed after this bitter winter we had. Okay, so we're going to have a mix of how the screws come out. Yeah, this thing is just not very installer friendly. I think we're going to try leaving the screws in there. That may or may not be a good idea. I guess we'll find out. The table's kind of dirty. We'll just Put them over here for now. So we should have 3 of these floating around here, I think. Or is there one still on the blade? No. We need to find the 3rd one. Here it is. Kind of surprising that it's like this, because Hampton Bay was usually very good about making this stuff installer friendly. Stupid magnetic bits. That one's actually busted. All of these are busted. Well, okay, that's not accurate. Most of these are busted. That is very concerning. This before I use this next time. It looks like these are made out of very cheap, that's like a molded pot metal type material, which is not strong. Well, the good thing is that this fan is still under manufacture, or at least a flavor of it is, so we can probably order new ones of those. But that is very concerning. You know, these do have a lifetime warranty, so maybe I should call them, not call all over the floor somewhere. They probably are. You know, I thought I heard like cracking when I was screwing some of it. But it turns out it was not the wood. It's the that's not very reassuring. I wonder how many of these are broken. Those are not broken. Huh. That's very concerning. You know, I'm sitting here sweating. We really don't have to. We can open the windows and use fans. Put on this Galaxy here. I gotta do something about this window. Maybe I'll fix that tomorrow. Oh, for heaven's sakes, you can't make this stuff up. There we go. Super powerful. All right, let's get the rest of these busted screws off of there. I guess those would classify as nuts. They're just very decorative and very bad quality. Ugh, not good. That is very, very concerning. That stinks. Is that a piece of it right there? Yeah, there it is. That's part of it. I bet there's pieces like that all over the floor. In fact, and I'm thinking about it, I've noticed, and I've picked this up on my uncle's unit too, sometimes the whole thing makes a creaking noise. Oh, that works. The fan makes a creaking noise when it's switched to high speed after not being on for a while. I don't think that's these breaking, because only two of them is busted. I think that's just like the blade shifting around. I'm pretty sure it broke on assembly, but that's not good. Not good at all. That's the first time I've seen something really not good about a Hampton Bay branded unit. Wonder if there's a recall for these. I'll have to check. No, there's only two that are busted, but it's too many. I'll have to do a separate video on that. That is certainly quite alarming. Why is this stuck? I'm doing it the wrong way. That's why it's stuck. Counterintuitive. That's what that is. Uh-oh. I undid the wrong screw. Oh, I have just created a very bad situation here. A very bad situation. I'm gonna have to put that screw back in. Because this is such a heavy unit. Oh, let's see, maybe I can do it like this. Oh, that did not create a bad situation. I thought this was hanging by the canopy for a second. Okay. Material, just like the screws are. And I have seen these, not this particular series of fan, but I've seen the way those screws have. It's really kind of scary stuff because you buy these products and you think that you just kind of trust the safety of them, and sometimes they're not safe. Okay. This is very difficult to get down because it's so heavy. Oh, that's not good. Nope. I think, other than an original, which is much heavier than this, this is one of the heaviest fans I've installed. Which would be logical enough. It is a very, very large motor. Oh, here we go with the stupid medallion again. All right, so we have a very, very special fan to install today. This is something for this room. It's very, very rare. It's the only one known to exist. And it's kind of like a combination between a flush mount fan, 3733. It does actually use genuine Glasgow 3733 blades, which is pretty cool. So it's going to be very powerful. I've never used this before. We get to test it out together today for the first time. Seems like the screws are a little bit tight on this side. See if we can correct that. Corrected. This medallion always adds a nice challenge here. This does not have a light, so we can leave the light wires in there. Oh, come on. Stinking medallion. Now, some adjustments might be required here. This is a little bit crooked. Well, maybe it's just as well to blow over to the couch. All right, that's pretty good. So here's the hookup, the power hookup. This is the power cord that it comes with, and it's very easy to install this. All you have to do is just insert the wire through the prong there and then crimp it back like this. It's so easy that you don't even have to call a qualified electrician because you can do it yourself. It's a DIY product. Much better connection than stinking those Wago nutty things and twist on wire connectors. None of that's necessary. This is the best connection available. It's all hooked up, and this got good heavy duty BX cable, so rod. Lead wires are kind of long though. A little longer than necessary. All right, perfect fit. Wow, just like a skunk. I guess we'll just leave the, fine, we'll do this. We'll just, okay, it's bonded. All right, now we'll put on the blades. They're made of plastic for extra safety. I was very disappointed to see that this doesn't come with the blue fused plug. And now I don't know what's keeping us safe. I guess that silver and yellow armored, no, that's just a, what is that, a white plug? That white plug will keep us safe. Oh, Mike saying that white plug is not going to keep us safe. Only the blue plug keeps us safe. Fortunately, this has AccuArm, so it's very easy to install it. The screws already come pre-attached, and it also comes with dust pre-installed so that you don't have to worry about cleaning it because it already looks dirty as it is, so it doesn't change over time. Make sure the screws are really tight so the blades can fly off. And we'll just go around and put each of these on here. Very easy install. I like the included dust. That's very, very brilliant. Never have to clean it. It's clean as new. Whoa, the screw is cross-threading. Okay, we'll put it in forwards and then we'll switch it to on, and that should be ready to go. Just make sure that the connections look good. Oh yeah, they look great. Very good. Okay, let's go ahead and trigger the power. See if anything bad happens. No, nothing bad happened. Oh, it's not very powerful. That's kind of disappointing. Where are the 8,000 CFMs? Maybe it's not on high. Huh. No, it's definitely on high. Maybe is it going the wrong direction? Ah, there we go. Now it's moving some air. I had it on the wrong direction. Very confusing. Now it pushes some good air. Wish it was a little quieter than that. And I can feel just a little bit of air coming down here by the couch. Nothing too impressive though. It's kind of unimpressive. It's a great design though, very stable, very sturdy, super aesthetically pleasing. You can't ask for much more than that. That's kind of confusing. Why does it push the air down when it's running that way? Huh, I would have expected the opposite. So does it push the air up when it's going this way? Not really, this doesn't do much of anything. Oh shoot, the motor just broke. The motor is completely ruined at this point because it's being reversed while it's on, so the motor just breaks. Seems like it's still working okay. Gotta make sure we get a good thumbnail here. Well, this is certainly a really great fan. Glad I found this. Very, very easy to install.
Not the most powerful, and not as powerful as a box format of the Lasco 3733, but it's still pretty good for a Verticam seal mount unit. All right, that's pretty good. I don't think it's supposed to be raining yet, but it sounds like it's starting to rain out here. I don't see any rain. That is quite the unit. I'm getting kind of tired. I think I'm going to call it there for today. I will deal with the undoing of this in the morning. I'm going to forget about this and walk out here in the morning and just be like, oh, what the heck is that? But that's fine. I'll deal with it tomorrow. I don't have the stove on tonight, and we're not going to, so I don't need a functional fan in here overnight. So hopefully this video saves with no problems, because this is being recorded with the old memory card, and hopefully the video I just filmed of this fan also saves properly, because that was filmed with the new memory card, and while I haven't been able to prove it yet, I have a good hunch that's where the problems are coming from.